Buenos días.
Good morning. The 7th meeting of the 76th plenary session of the Executive Committee is called to order. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will now continue with the list of speakers in the general debate. This morning I still have a high number of delegations registered to speak in the general debate, and I therefore urge all speakers to respect their allotted speaking time of 5 minutes. And I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Netherlands aligns itself with the statement delivered by Denmark on behalf of like-minded European countries, and we would like to add the following in our national capacity. High Commissioner, let me begin by expressing our deep appreciation for your leadership, not just for the words you shared at the beginning of this week, but for nearly a decade of outstanding service. You and your colleagues at UNHCR have carried out your mission with an unwavering focus on the people who need you most. High Commissioner, in a world too often marked by division and conflict, you have stood for dignity and humanity. You never gave up, and for that we thank you. Now let me be clear, we are not giving up either. The Netherlands remains committed as a reliable donor of multi-year unearmarked funding. And I'm proud to announce that the Netherlands has approved additional support for UNHCR's work in Iran and Afghanistan. In Syria, we are supporting voluntary returns with 45 million as part of the Durable Solutions Agenda, among others through the Prospects Partnership. With these financial commitments, we would like to convey a message to host countries in the room today. We see you, we hear you, we understand the weight you carry. And while we know the needs often exceed the available resources, rest assured that we won't give up on the principle of burden sharing as anchored in the Global Compact on Refugees. Chair, the Netherlands also remains a strong advocate of UNHCR's sustainable responses approach. In times of financial constraint and growing demands, this approach is not only pragmatic, it is imperative. Continued maintenance of parallel systems for refugees is a moral and financial luxury we cannot afford anymore. We need to maximize the impact of our increasingly limited resources, not just by supporting the inclusion of refugees, but also by ensuring that this inclusion delivers tangible development dividends for the communities and countries hosting them. We believe that together with UNHCR, international financial institutions, the private sector and host governments, progress is possible. High Commissioner, you touched upon an important question. How do we uphold the right to seek asylum while also addressing the real pressure on national systems? In the Netherlands, we are facing this question head-on. As you noted, the challenge is one of implementation, not of principles. We agree with you. The challenge is operational rather than normative. Part of our challenge is that we are not able to effectively return rejected asylum seekers. When returns are not credible or achievable, the asylum system risks losing the confidence and support of the public. We appreciate UNHCR's willingness to work together in finding innovative solutions to improve the functioning of our asylum systems. Chair, against the backdrop of the UN 80 and the humanitarian reset, let me thank UNHCR for its active involvement in both processes and conclude with a remark on UNHCR's review and reduction process. We recognize UNHCR's strong UNGA mandate. As you mentioned, High Commissioner, UNHCR's mandate is perhaps more relevant than ever before. But with less funding, UNHCR's mandate can't be implemented everywhere. Therefore, we welcome your commitment to further explore areas of joint work with IOM. We realize that member states have divergent views on the process of prioritization, but prioritizing also means accepting that you may not satisfy everyone. Transparency and clear communication about what and where UNHCR is no longer able to deliver remain important. You can count on our continued engagement throughout this difficult process, because giving up is not an option. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on my list this morning is the distinguished representative of Namibia.
Bien, podemos
Perhaps we can move, in fact, to the next speaker and come back to Namibia in a moment. Let me give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Albania. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, Albania aligns with the statement delivered by Denmark, and I would like to express our gratitude to the High Commissioner as well as to the staff of UNHCR and all partners for their dedication and the work in protecting refugee and displaced persons worldwide. We commend the contribution of the Office of High Commissioner of the UNHCR in Albania and the fruitful cooperation with Albanian authorities. Albania has started the process of opening negotiation with the European Union. In this context, our commitment is focusing on aligning the country's legislation to meet the EU standards. Albania has taken many important steps to strengthen and harmonize the legal framework of asylums in accordance with commitment we have made. All this is being done in line with other ongoing international initiatives. Among others, the strategy for UNHCR's engagement in mixed movements in the Western Balkans, cooperation agreements with Frontex, the UN Action Plan for the Western Balkans, and the EU strategy for the Western Balkans. Distinguished delegates, Albania reiterates its concern about the false information coming from Serbia targeted Kosovo, the youngest country in the Western Balkans, through the statement delivered by the Serbian delegation. In the current situation, attempting to manipulate the international discourse goes against peaceful coexistence and regional stability. The Constitution of the Republic of Kosovo is among the most comprehensive in the region in terms of protecting the rights of minority communities. It defines Kosovo as a multi-ethnic society where all citizens are equal before the law, guaranteeing a clear framework for respecting minority rights. Although the number of Serbs in Kosovo is small and constitutes 2.3% of the total population, the Constitution of Kosovo guarantees the rights, including political representation, local self-government, linguistic, culture, and religious rights. The Serbian community enjoys constitutionally guaranteed representation in central and local institutions. Out of 120 deputies of the Assembly, 10 seats are reserved for the Serbian community. One of the vice presidents is from among the Serbian member of parliament. The police of Republic of Kosovo is multi-ethnic. Of the total of 300 police, 179 are Serbs and other minorities, trained according to professional standards. Serbian is an official language, and the Serbian Orthodox Church enjoys a special legal status, and laws affecting the vital interest of the Serbian community cannot be adopted without the consent of representatives of minorities communities. Dear participants, Kosovo is an independent state recognized by 119 countries in the world. In July 2010, the International Court of Justice issued an opinion on the legality of the decision of the proclamation of independence of Kosovo, considering that the declaration of independence of Kosovo did not violate the international law. The state of Kosovo continues to bring stability to our region. Albania and Kosovo are committed to strengthening peace and stability in our region and in international endeavor in this turbulent period around the world, and all of us have the obligation to contribute to peace and stability in these days. I thank you.
muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Namibia. Madam Executive Director, you have the floor.
Namibia has the.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency High Commissioner, distinguished delegates, Namibia aligns itself with the statement delivered by Cote d'Ivoire on behalf of African Group. Mr. Chairman, I bring fraternal greetings from Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of Republic of Namibia and people of Namibia, to His Excellency Mr. Filippo Grant, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, for directing this humanitarian body for the past 10 years. Your Excellency High Commissioner, be assured that Namibia will continue to support the organization in its course to address the challenges facing the asylum seekers, refugees, international displaced, and stateless persons. Namibia hosts 6,741 asylum seekers and refugees, of which 5,996 are nationals of DRC, with women and children being the majority. This number might look small, but it's a bigger number for the Namibian population of just over 3 million. Refugee is not a permanent status. People ought to return home when circumstances that made them flee their countries change. Disappointingly, Namibia observed that some asylum seekers and refugees have adopted to reluctant mood towards voluntary repatriation. It's therefore Namibia's plea that revocation of cessation clause is necessary for asylum seekers and refugees whose countries have retained peace but adamant to avail themselves for voluntary repatriation. Namibia is severely negatively impacted by huge cuts in global budget cut of the UNHCR towards displaced population. The global budget does not only pose threat to lives of 6,741 asylum seekers and refugees in Namibia, but affect UNHCR operations on the ground as their staff members have reduced drastically. As at 1st January 2025, the office has smoothly run by 3 national staff. The government is requesting UNHCR to continue with its operation in Namibia with minimal staff complement rather than leaving the country, or to consider nationalizing the office with technical support from South Africa Multi-Country Office, SEMCO, and a letter for maintaining UNHCR presence has been officially sent to SEMCO. The decision by UNHCR to close their office poses a threat not only to humanity, but also a serious concern to Namibia, which is unable to support the refugee population in the country in terms of food and non-food items due to budgetary constraints. It is unfortunate that the government of the Republic of Namibia is equally faced with its domestic challenges, such as food shortage, youth unemployment, persistent drought, water shortage over the past years. Therefore, Namibia is asking UNHCR to continue engaging donors and persuade them to support vulnerable asylum seekers and refugees. With the newly endorsed UNHCR framework of 2025 to 2029, which aligns with the government's national framework, National Development Plan 6, 2025 to 2029, UNHCR presence is important to see the completion of national framework for the next 5 years. Regarding voluntary repatriation for Congolese refugees, Namibia with DRC Embassy and UNHCR will continue to facilitate voluntary repatriation for 35 individuals who express intention for repatriation. DRC Embassy will soon dispatch a team of officials to auxiliary settlement to verify these individuals before final arrangements are made. Mr. Chairperson, Namibia continues to integrate former Angolan refugees in Namibian society. Currently, a number of former refugees issued with permanent residence permits and integrated in Namibian society so far stands at 1,517. Many former refugees were unable to afford permit fees, and the government has exempted from paying. The integrated former refugees have adapted and doing well in the Namibian society. Most of them are running successful agricultural projects, producing for sale and own consumption. Majority of former refugees are qualified for naturalization and submitted their application for Namibian citizenship. However, the challenge in this regard is the process of acquiring Angolan passports, which are required to submit their application. Regarding pledges made by Namibia at the first Global Refugee Forum in 2019, progress in the following areas has been noted. Education. The Namibian government continues to prioritize education sector to provide inclusive education to all residents in the country, including asylum seekers and refugees. This year alone, 2 schools established in auxiliary settlement has registered 1,633 learners for 2025 academic year, 422 at secondary and 1,211 at primary schools. The rising number of new arrivals is posing a challenge to this sector as classrooms are now overcrowded. Additional classrooms, chairs, and desks, especially at primary school, are needed to accommodate every asylum seeker and refugee child. The government has exempted visa fees for 20 refugee students who completed their secondary school last year and registered at various tertiary institutions in the country. Health. Primary health in Namibia is delivered through clinic and community health centers. In this regard, a clinic was established at Osire resettlement to cater for asylum seekers and refugees with 1 medical doctor, 2 registered nurses, 3 enrolled assistant nurses, and 2 health assistants employed by the government. I'm glad to inform this august body that we have 3 medical doctors in Namibia which are refugees. Statelessness. As reported previously, the number of statelessness persons registered in Namibia stand at 141,048 persons. To address the issue of statelessness in the country, 2 new bills, one on statelessness determination and protection bill, and another on regularization of status of certain residents of Namibia and their descendant bills has been drafted and were submitted to Cabinet for Parliament for consideration. The new bills will provide legal framework to address statelessness and confer citizenship for stateless persons. Those who found to be stateless will be neutralized through a statelessness determination and protection bill, while those who found to be undocumented will be issued with birth certificates. Regarding ratification to the 2 stateless conventions, the 1954 and 1961, the approach for Namibia is to work on their internal processes to have regularization of statelessness sorted out first before ratification to the conventions. Sport. Mr. Chairperson, Namibia views investment of youth in education and sport as vital for bringing about positive and lasting change. When sport and education are integrated, they have a profound multiplier effect on student well-being and learning. It's on this basis that the government engaged various sport entities to promote various sport codes in Osire settlement. Refugees and learners participating in school tournaments to compete with other secondary schools in the region. Mr. Chairperson, in conclusion, I would like to thank UNHCR for its support over the years, this including funding for critical staff, capacity building, and other inputs which are critical to maintenance of high standard protection for refugees and asylum seekers in Namibia. However, in the face of reduced budget and operation for UNHCR, Namibia is shouldering the huge responsibility for refugees and asylum seekers, which is proving to be difficult in the face of increasing numbers of refugees and asylum seekers. While we recognize the impact of global financial crisis on all over countries, we hope that UNHCR will continue to be our trusted partner. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, distinguished representative of Eritrea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Filippo Grandi, Excellencies, dear delegates. My delegation extends warm greetings and appreciation to the High Commissioner and his office for the report presented at this session. Eritrea believes that the plight of refugees and displaced persons goes beyond humanitarian concerns. It is deeply connected to peace, justice, sovereignty, and equitable development. To achieve durable solutions, we must address the root causes of displacement. Wars of aggression, foreign interference, unilateral coercive measures, structural inequities, and the denial of the right to self-determination. Eritrea has firsthand experience with these issues. The 30-year struggle for independence created generations of refugees, and the subsequent decades of aggression, occupation, and relentless hostility have led to renewed cycles of displacement, often without recognition, support, or voice. Eritrea understands from lived experience the pain of displacement and the undeniable dignity of return. These issues must be addressed with rigor, fairness, and a respectful regard for the sovereignty of states. Excellencies, Eritrea must once again draw this body's attention to an issue that has long eroded trust and hindered cooperation. The so-called eligibility guidelines on Eritrea issued in 2009 and 2011. The organization's guidelines on Eritrea are particularly concerning as they were developed without transparency or consultation. They were created without disclosing their underlying rationale and were shared with member states while Eritrea, the country in question, remained uninformed. These guidelines are fundamentally flawed and misrepresent the situation. These guidelines allow for automatic refugee status, the overwhelming majority of whom are essentially economic migrants, thereby contributing to fraud in asylum systems, with estimates indicating that 40% to 60% of registered Eritrean refugees are of other nationalities. Additionally, many Eritreans who received asylum routinely visit home, a recurring pattern that vividly illustrates the tenuous justifications of political persecution invoked to rationalize the automatic granting of refugee status. This grave matter cannot be resolved through minor revisions. The guidelines should have been withdrawn long ago. Their persistence undermines the credibility of the UNHCR and hinders meaningful cooperation. While Eritrea does not expect to agree on every issue with its partners, it insists on minimum standards of honesty, fairness, and consultation. In closing, Mr. Chair, Eritrea is open to genuine engagement, but cannot and will not accept misrepresentation through flawed documents. Our firm rejection of these guidelines will continue until they are withdrawn. Our confidence in this body's objectivity depends on addressing these concerns. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is distinguished representative of the International Development Law Organization. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm pleased to take the floor on behalf of the International Development Law Organization. At the outset, I wish to express our sincere appreciation to the High Commissioner for his leadership, vision, and tireless commitment, particularly in these challenging times when the scale and complexity of displacement demand our collective resolve. Chairperson, as the High Commissioner reminded us, the world faces a deficit of trust in institutions. If we are to succeed in meeting the challenges of our time, we must restore that confidence. One of the most effective ways to do so is by investing in the rule of law and ensuring access to justice. In the humanitarian space, these tools can effectively address the causes of displacement, support durable solutions for refugees and displaced persons, and reduce the pressures that fuel irregular migration. Clear legal frameworks, effective institutions, and non-discriminatory practices create conditions where people can live in dignity and security, contribute to their economies, and resolve disputes locally. These conditions foster stability, attract investment, and reduce the likelihood of conflict and displacement. The same applies to voluntary repatriation and reintegration. Return can only be sustainable if people can count on safety, equal treatment under the law, and effective remedies when their rights are violated. The absence of discriminatory laws access to justice mechanisms, and inclusive governance are therefore concrete preconditions for peace, development, and long-term reintegration. For over 40 years, IDLO has supported states to build these foundations. We work with both formal and informal justice systems to promote legal reform, increase access to justice, enhance legal awareness, and support inclusion. We are pleased to recall that IDLO has successfully implemented the pledges we made at the 2019 Global Refugees Forum. Building on that record, we made a new round of pledges in 2023, which are already under implementation. These include enhancing access to justice for refugees and displaced persons, supporting legal reforms to eliminate discrimination, and advancing inclusive responses to climate-related displacement. We are also proud to have joined the Global Alliance to End Statelessness. Finally, we wish to underscore the growing importance of partnership. It is evident that no single organization can effectively meet today's challenges on its own. Stronger collaboration between UNHCR, states, intergovernmental organizations, and civil society will be essential to ensure efficiency, maximize impact, and uphold trust. IDLO remains committed to working closely with UNHCR, member states, and partners to this end. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker is Distinguished Representative of ECOWAS. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Your Excellency High Commissioner Filippo Grandi, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the President of the ECOWAS Commission, His Excellency Dr. Umar Aliu Toure, I extend warm greetings to you, High Commissioner, and to all present at this 76th session of the ESCOM. ECOWAS Commission aligns itself with the statement delivered by the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire on behalf of the African Union. Your Excellency, High Commissioner, in the last 3 days, you've heard from our member states in West Africa of the deepening humanitarian challenges, particularly in the Sahel region. Indeed, insecurity and climate-induced movement have further pushed displaced population into the coastal states of Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Togo, placing immense pressure on the host communities and weakening their resilience. I would just want to take this opportunity, therefore, to highlight some key efforts the ECOWAS Commission is doing to accompany our member states. In line with the principle of burden and responsibility sharing, the ECOWAS Commission has increased its financial support to member states to assist displaced populations. Recognizing the strain on host communities and the dwindling resources available, we have prioritized regional security and action. We commend the generosity of national governments, host communities, and acknowledge the burdens they share. In 2024, 2025, the ECOWAS Commission is presently disbursing about $9 million United States dollars to support refugees, asylum seekers, IDPs, and stateless persons. We are pleased to report the ongoing collaboration we have with the UNHCR to implement our programs in support of this displaced population in Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, and Senegal. Permit me also, Your Excellency, High Commissioner, the ECOWAS Commission to advance durable solution in collaboration with UNHCR has just completed a regional study that led to the development of a draft regional asylum policy. This policy aims to strengthen protection and assistance for refugees and asylum seekers and promoting innovative practices that ease the burden on host communities. Another important intervention I would like to highlight to this assembly, we know that displacement requires tackling its root causes. ECOWAS has prioritized conflict prevention, peace building, and early warning mechanism. Through the ECOWAS Disaster Operations Center, with the support of UN agency and other partners, we monitor meteorological and hydrological trends and provide guidance to member states to mitigate disaster impact. This is to stem population movements due to climate change. Finally, I would like to highlight the work that we're doing with the ICRC to strengthen the implementation also of the humanitarian law in West Africa. High Commissioner, as we approach the Global Refugee Forum in December, ECOWAS remains committed to fulfilling its pledges. We will leverage institutional frameworks, legal frameworks, and diplomatic channels to promote democracy, human rights, and inclusive governance, addressing the human development and peace nexus and building resilience across the region. On behalf of the President again, I wish to extend our sincere appreciation to the UNHCR for its valuable work in the region and encourage continued and enhanced engagement. Thank you for your kind attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker is the distinguished representative of the Sovereign Order of Malta. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. The Sovereign Order of Malta warmly thanks the High Commissioner for his powerful leadership over the past 10 years. We share the concerns expressed in his sobering statement about the erosion of trust in institutions, the strain on multilateralism, the unprecedented humanitarian budget costs, and the profound consequences these have on those who are forced to flee. At a time when multilateralism is under immense pressure, the Order of Malta reaffirms its strong and unwavering support for international cooperation as the only viable path to protect refugees and displaced persons. For centuries, the Order of Malta has placed the dignity of the vulnerable at the center of its mission. Today, as millions are uprooted by war, persecution, and violence, we remain deeply committed to working alongside UNHCR and partners to defend the institution of asylum, strengthen protection, protect the vulnerable, and advance lasting solutions that bring hope. The High Commissioner reminded us that while the challenges are immense, practical and innovative approaches are possible. He rightly emphasized that efforts to work towards peace are never in vain, that self-reliance and inclusion must be at the heart of our collective response, and that humanitarian diplomacy can open doors even in the most sensitive political situations. We fully endorse this vision. The Order of Malta, through its global network and its worldwide relief agency, Malteser International, is deeply committed to assisting refugees and internally displaced persons worldwide. Our mission is to safeguard dignity, provide essential health and social services, and strengthen resilience, always working with affected communities and local partners to respond to their most urgent needs. Allow me to highlight just a few examples. In Asia, from Bangladesh to Pakistan and Afghanistan, we provide essential healthcare in refugee camps and host communities with a strong focus on mother and child health. In Ukraine and neighboring countries, we continue to support displaced families with emergency relief, psychosocial care, and long-term assistance. In Latin America, our programs in Colombia assist Venezuelan refugees and vulnerable indigenous communities through health, nutrition, and psychosocial support. Across Africa, from Uganda to South Sudan, to the DRC and Nigeria, we support displaced families with clean water, nutrition, and community-based initiatives. to foster self-reliance and peaceful coexistence. These initiatives reflect our conviction, echoing the High Commissioner's call for innovative approaches, that humanitarian assistance must go hand in hand with inclusion, self-reliance, and social cohesion. We also support innovative urban integration and mechanisms and advocate for refugees' access to national health systems and labour markets. We believe that refugees must be involved directly in decision-making on the programs that affect their lives. Beyond field operations, the Order of Malta's humanitarian diplomacy enables us to combine advocacy with action. Grounded in concrete field experience, our network can serve as a bridge between humanitarian and political actors, helping to facilitate access to vulnerable populations in situations of conflict and fragility, while at the same time advocating consistently for the dignity and protection of displaced people in international fora. We would be pleased to deepen this cooperation of UNHCR in line with the High Commissioner's emphasis on principled engagement with all parties. Mr. Chairman, at this critical juncture, when humanitarian needs are immense and resources dangerously stretched, the Order of Malta joins the High Commissioner's call for renewed solidarity and responsibility sharing. Protecting those forced to flee is not only a matter of international law, it is also a moral imperative and a test of our common humanity. Looking ahead to the Global Refugee Forum Progress Review in December, we encourage all states and partners to reaffirm and scale up their commitments. The Order of Malta will continue to contribute our medical, humanitarian, and diplomatic capacities to alleviate suffering, strengthen resilience, and work for lasting solutions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is the distinguished representative of North Macedonia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson, High Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. North Macedonia aligns itself with the statement delivered by Denmark. At the outset, I would like to express sincere appreciation to the High Commissioner Grandi for his comprehensive and thought-provoking address, which rightly underscores not only the immense global refugee crisis, but also the broader challenges facing multilateralism today. The unprecedented figure of over 122 million forcibly displaced people worldwide serves as a stark reminder of the growing scale and complexity of global displacement. It is also a call to action, a call to reaffirm our collective responsibility to uphold the rights and dignity of those who are forcibly uprooted and to ensure their access to international protection and fundamental human rights. Addressing the root causes of displacement is not only urgent, it is essential. In this regard, the role of the UNHCR remains indispensable, particularly in the areas of humanitarian diplomacy, durable solutions, voluntary return, and strategic partnerships. As the High Commissioner concludes his mandate, North Macedonia commends his unwavering commitment to protection and solutions, and we underscore the need to safeguard UNHCR's mandate at a time when it is more critical than ever. We must also ensure that its work is aligned with broader UN reforms aimed at building resilience and sustainable peace. Mr. Chair, allow me to share a brief update on the situation in the Republic of North Macedonia. As a party to all key international instruments for more than 3 decades, we have remained a steadfast partner to the UNHCR in responding to displacement and upholding protection standards. In 2018, we adopted the Law on International and Temporary Protection, a legislative framework largely harmonized with EU directives, ensuring comprehensive protection for asylum seekers and refugees. We are also signatory to the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees and its protocol, and in 2019 we ratified the 1961 Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness, fulfilling a pledge made during the Global Compact process. One of our most significant milestones came in July of this year, when North Macedonia became the first country in our region to resolve all known cases of statelessness linked to the dissolution of former Yugoslavia. A 34-year-long journey shaped by complex histories, human stories, and a collective will to right historical wrongs. One of the main factors that enabled this progress was the sustained, inclusive, whole-of-society effort and the commitment and enthusiasm by the government to building a society rooted in fairness, equality, and respect for human rights. Our achievement has been widely recognized, and we are proud to be regarded as a champion in the global alliance to end statelessness. Mr. High Commissioner, we thank the UNHCR, and in particular the country team, for the enduring partnership and the crucial technical and operational support provided throughout the process. Our commitment to shared goals remains steadfast amid the downsizing of the country office. In closing, I would like to reiterate the unwavering commitment of North Macedonia to the full implementation of the Global Compact on Refugees in accordance with available resources and modalities. The country has pledged and fulfilled a number of concrete commitments. In this regard, we welcome the upcoming Global Refugee Forum Progress Review in December as a timely opportunity to take stock, reaffirm our commitments, and scale up our efforts. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Distinguished Representative of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies.
Mr. Chairman, High Commissioner Grandi, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, we extend our sincere appreciation to you, High Commissioner Grandi, for your dedication and leadership in advancing the protection of refugees and displaced persons throughout your tenure. UNHCR has been and will remain an important partner to the Red Cross and Red Crescent from the local to the global level. Others have spoken of the immense challenges before us. Increasing risks for asylum seekers and refugees, growing constraints on principled humanitarian action, shifts in the multilateral system, and in some cases, erosion of the very solidarity that underpins international protection. In the face of these challenges, we, the IFRC, would like to highlight 3 areas where we are focusing and where we see essential to increasing assistance and protection for the most at risk. Mr. Chair, first, addressing the needs of people on the move, including asylum seekers, refugees, and other displaced populations, is a core strategic priority and commitment for our global network. This will not change. This is also not new. Our IFRC network has a long tradition of providing principled humanitarian support to people on the move. Our work builds on our mandate, our local presence, and our reach. 191 national societies, not only at the capital level, but working through more than 200,000 local branches, 16 million volunteers, many of whom are refugees and people with lived experience of displacement. We are present before, during, and after displacement in countries of origin, transit, asylum, and return. At the end of last year, our movement adopted a new global strategy on migration, including refugees, with the ICRC, reinforcing our shared and continued commitment. This year, we will take another step, launching a global platform on migration and displacement to further mobilize our local network and to promote coordinated, holistic action addressing the interconnected needs of displaced populations across the full spectrum of displacement. Mr. Chair, secondly, locally led action must remain at the heart of our collective efforts to protect and assist refugees. In recent years, national Red Cross and Red Crescent societies have been the largest local partner of UNHCR. In 2023, we provided direct support to refugees and asylum seekers in more than 115 countries, in 28 of these countries in direct partnership with UNHCR. We thank UNHCR for this partnership and commitment to locally led action. But we need to go further. We cannot stall on localization. As we see the impacts of financial pressures and cuts, as we see international organizations leaving and reducing services, it is local actors, it is national societies who remain. We do not close our doors. For the IFRC, localization is not an aspiration, it is our DNA. We are a truly local network. We remain committed to working with UNHCR, governments, and partners to strengthen locally led action that delivers principled protection and sustainable solutions for refugees and displaced populations. Third, at the 2023 Global Refugee Forum, we pledged to prevent the loss of lives along migration routes and to protect dignity, including through the route-based approach. We pledged to strengthen the meaningful participation of refugees and to take action to reduce climate and disaster risks that lead to and affect displaced populations. We remain committed to these core issues and look forward to continuing to work with UNHCR, governments, and partners to advance further, including at this year's Global Refugee Forum Progress Review. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker is the distinguished representative of Food and Agriculture Organization. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. FAO commends UNHCR work and the leadership of High Commissioner Grandi over his tenure. The links between food insecurity and displacements are clear. At the end of 2024, 95.8 million refugees and IDPs, almost 80% of the global forcibly displaced population, were hosted in 52 countries facing food crises. As such, protecting, restoring, and strengthening agricultural livelihoods and agri-food systems in displacement context, whether in emergencies or protracted situations, remains essential. Critically, this is a cost-efficient investment, not only to meet immediate food needs, but also to strengthen self-reliance, build resilience, foster social cohesion, and enable durable solutions from the start. At the 2023 Global Refugee Forum, FAO joined forces with UNHCR, WFP, and the government of Norway to co-lead the multi-stakeholder pledge on agriculture, food security, and food systems, an initiative that brings together over 63 pledges from generous governments and partners. We look forward to the December GRF Progress Review, and we continue to support global and country-level actions and policy processes to ensure that the voices and needs of displaced people are meaningfully reflected in strategies for food security and nutrition, climate adaptation, and rural development. We share the conviction that working strategically and impactfully across the humanitarian development peace nexus has never been more critical, and it is imperative that the system-wide progress made in transcending sectoral silos is safeguarded amid shifting global funding priorities. We would like to end with the quote of the High Commissioner. saying inclusion and self-reliance are the way of the future. With that in mind, FAO remains deeply committed to its partnership with UNHCR and to collaborating with the actors in this room and key stakeholders elsewhere. Together, we have a unique opportunity to advance solutions that place agriculture, food security, and agri-food systems at the heart of our collective response to forced displacement and contributes to peace and inclusive development that leaves no one behind. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. La siguiente oradora es la distinguida representante del Consejo de Europa. Tiene usted la palabra.
Honorable High Commissioner, distinguished Mr. Chair, esteemed members of the delegations. The Council of Europe joins other voices in thanking you, Mr. High Commissioner, for your outstanding leadership and dedicated work. We are sincerely grateful for all your efforts, remarkable efforts, unique vision, innovative projects, and exemplary cooperation. The Council of Europe recognizes the pressing challenges of today's world, marked by war, violence, and persecution. Despite international efforts, including those of the Council of Europe and its member states, unresolved conflicts continue to claim lives and drive high numbers of individuals to seek safety across borders. At the 2023 summit in Reykjavik, members of the Council of Europe reaffirmed their commitment to the European Convention on Human Rights. As Secretary General Alain Berset said, protecting those who have no choice but to flee violence and persecution is both a moral duty and a legal obligation. This obligation is embedded in international and European law, from the 1951 Refugee Convention to the case law of the European Court of Human Rights. Our steadfast commitment to these principles is what unites the Council of Europe and will continue to shape Europe's democratic future. The European Convention on Human Rights and the UN Refugee Convention contain guiding principles for protecting the human rights of refugees in Europe. Our commitment is concrete. Today, nearly 12 million refugees have found protections in the 46 member states of the Council of Europe. By December 2024, almost 7 million refugees from Ukraine were recorded globally, 6.3 million of them hosted in Europe. Together with UNHCR, we support these countries in strengthening refugee protection with special attention on vulnerable groups such as children, elder persons, and people with disabilities. The scale of the challenges requires collective efforts. This issue runs through many of the Council of Europe activities. Today, I will highlight only the most significant ones. As part of its pledges under the Global Compact on Refugees, the Council of Europe supports its member states' efforts to align their laws and policies with international standards on the civil and social rights of refugees and stateless persons. Its development bank provides financing for emergency assistance and long-term integration. A new division on migration and refugees, DMR, was created in February this year. It aims to coordinate the migration-related activities of the Council of Europe, liaise with member states through the network of focal points on migration, as well as serve as a forum where national authorities and the Council of Europe exchange information on issues related to migration, including border control and security. The ongoing action plan concerning migration has enhanced the organization's acquis, guidance and assistance to member states on preventing and combating trafficking in human beings for the purpose of labor exploitation and the development through the HELP program of training tools for law professionals dealing with migration and asylum. The development of a new action plan on migration and refugees through the 2026-2029 horizon will further reinforce the organization's work and provision of assistance to all member states. Other examples of the ongoing action plan on protecting vulnerable persons in the context of migration and asylum in Europe include promotion of education, linguistic integration, and the recognition of qualifications, facilitating the transition of migrant and refugee children to adulthood, the migration-relevant training of legal professionals, the development of the guide for practitioners on the administrative detentions of migrants and asylum seekers. Through the Council of Europe's Group of Experts on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings, GRETA, Parliamentary Assembly Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons, the European Committee on Crime Problems, the Council of Europe develops policies and mechanisms to tackle trafficking in human beings and migrant smuggling. Mr. Chair, The Council of Europe cooperates both with regional and international organizations. Some of the upcoming events include November seminar co-organized with UNHCR to launch the toolkit on how to request interim measures under Rule 39 of the Rules of the European Court on Human Rights for persons in need in international protections. In December, a joint DMR and UNHCR training event for judges will be held in Sofia, Bulgaria. Lastly, the Council of Europe will actively participate in and contribute to the Global Refugee Forum Progress Review to be held in December 2025, and it is ready to update and report on pledges to the UN Global Refugee Forum. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, the scale of forced migration is daunting, but the principles guiding our response are clear. The Council of Europe will continue to stand by those in need to support its member states and to uphold human rights and the rule of law in close cooperation with UNHCR. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the distinguished representative of the World Bank. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, High Commissioner, Deputy High Commissioner, Excellencies, dear colleagues, the High Commissioner's opening statement underlined the unprecedented scale and complexity of forced displacement and the difficult context in which hosting countries, UNHCR, and its partners are currently working. Like others, we want to express our strong appreciation to the High Commissioner and UNHCR staff for their continued commitment in uncertain times. We also want to express our deep appreciation for the continued generosity and determination of host countries to provide critical protection and support to those affected by forced displacement, despite the environment of declining resources. We support the calls to tackle the root causes of displacement and to reduce international protection needs. As the High Commissioner highlighted, UNHCR has been moving towards more sustainable models to achieve refugee self-reliance by encouraging opening access to jobs and moving away from expensive, unsustainable parallel systems. This is positive progress, and the current crisis compels us to move even more urgently in this direction. The need for assistance must be reduced, and the impact of the resources we do have be maximized. Too many of the world's displaced are still suffering and trapped in dependency. It is key that we provide more focused and deliberate support to host countries to manage refugee and internal displacement situations in a way that builds on their leadership and is sustainable both financially and socially. Our analytical work in collaboration with other partners, including through the World Bank Group UNHCR Joint Data Center, is yielding important data and evidence to help strengthen the implementation of sustainable hosting policies and programs. The evidence points to ways the costs of hosting can be reduced by prioritizing and focusing technical and financial support on it. The more refugees can move out of camps and earn an income, the less they need assistance. Supporting host countries to include refugees in national systems, moving away faster from parallel systems, using national standards for fairness and strengthening targeting so that resources reach the most vulnerable can accelerate progress. Now is the time to accelerate the sustainable response approach. The World Bank Group will continue to support this effort. We will be meeting with partners on the continuation of the Global Concessional Financing Facility for Middle-Income Countries next month. This facility, the IDA 21 window for host communities and refugees in developing country settings, and the work of IFC on private sector solutions can support host countries to deliver on these changes. IFC is leveraging partnerships like Prospects and the joint initiative with UNHCR on private sector solutions in forced displacement to mobilize private businesses to deliver innovative solutions, creating jobs that will benefit refugees and their host communities. Partnership and cooperation can help drive innovation and strengthen accountability and efficiency. We are committed to working with UNHCR, our bilateral and multilateral partners, civil society, refugee-led organizations, the private sector, and other key stakeholders to facilitate and support the essential changes needed. We hope that by the December Global Refugee Forum Progress Review, we can move into 2026 with a renewed focus on improving the lives of the displaced and their hosting communities despite the funding crisis. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the distinguished representative of the World Food Programme. You have the floor.
Chairman, High Commissioner Grandi, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the World Food Programme and UNHCR share a long-standing and committed partnership. It is our honor today to address the 76th meeting of the UNHCR Executive Committee. We welcome the High Commissioner's call for the commitment to cooperation and multilateralism. We stand with him in upholding international humanitarian law and humanitarian values. Today, both WFP and UNHCR face complex challenges. We're dealing with rising operational demands and severe funding gaps. This is limiting our ability to meet urgent humanitarian needs. This year, WFP has provided life-saving food assistance to 11.5 million refugees in 43 countries. But our operations are at breaking point. Funding shortfalls have forced us to reduce rations and cut support to many refugees. In Uganda, WFP suspended support for 1 million refugees in May and reduced rations for others. In Rwanda, rations are now at only 50% for even the most vulnerable. In Lebanon, if funding continues to fall, WFP will cut assistance to half the refugees we support. Without urgent new funding, millions could lose all food aid in the coming months. In line with WFP's commitments to the Global Refugee Forum, WFP has successfully engaged with UNHCR to advocate on the needs of refugees in numerous fora. WFP has integrated critical refugee operations into its analysis and allocated additional multilateral resources to refugee populations. WFP is also working with UNHCR to scale up joint programming to enhance self-resilience and inclusion as part of our collaboration on sustainable responses in several countries. High Commissioner, distinguished delegates, at a time of record displacement, worsening food insecurity, and shrinking resources, WFP reaffirms its commitment to working with UNHCR and other partners. Together, we aim to meet urgent needs while also supporting nationally led solutions that build self-resilience, socioeconomic inclusion, and resilience where possible. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on the list is the distinguished representative of UNICEF. You have the floor.
UNICEF has the floor. Okay, we can go to the next speaker. El siguiente.
The next speaker is the distinguished representative of the Economic Community of Central African States, ECAS.
Tiene usted la palabra.
Monsieur le Président,
Chairperson of the Executive Committee, High Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to take the floor before this distinguished assembly in my capacity as chair of the Commission of the Economic Community of States of Central Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I am fully aware of the mission that has been entrusted to me as I take up the baton of the chairpersonship of ECAS as humankind continues to face the scourge of these immense challenges. We have a firm will to stand alongside UNHCR and all international partners to address the challenges posed by forced displacement. Our sub-region is continuing to face a humanitarian crisis in certain areas of Central Africa. In 2025, the UNHCR estimates at 10,800,000 the total number of persons who've been forcibly displaced in Central Africa, including 2,831,919 refugees and asylum seekers and 7,512,396 individuals who are internally displaced. These figures speak to the urgency and the scope of the collective responsibility which is incumbent upon us, ladies and gentlemen, as the international community. I did want to flag a significant step forward that has been recorded within our sub-region in terms of drafting regional asylum policy of ECAS. The conclusion of this process will enable Central Africa to have, for the first time, a shared, harmonized framework in solidarity when it comes to asylum and institutional capacity building for member states so as to guarantee equitable, effective protection in the entire sub-region. In parallel, we remain committed to combating statelessness and to seeking sustainable, lasting solutions for those who've been forcibly displaced. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, by way of conclusion, to reiterate the readiness of the ECAS to strengthen its political and institutional support. This support can take the form of increased mobilization and galvanization of member states, of course, regional strengthening and sharing of best practices so as to ensure effective protection and lasting sustainable solutions for refugees, internally displaced persons and stateless persons in our sub-region. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker this morning is the Distinguished Representative of UN Women.
High Commissioner, Excellencies and colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to address the committee on behalf of UN Women. We gather at a time when more than 122 million people are forcibly displaced and the global humanitarian system is under immense pressure. Yet, amid these challenges, we must remember women and girls are not only among those most affected, they're also among the most powerful drivers of resilience, recovery, and peace. In every camp, settlement, and host community, women are organizing for safety, dignity, and opportunity. Our responsibility is to match their courage with commitment, to listen to them, to resource them, and to ensure they have the power to shape the future they deserve. From Sudan to Gaza, Ukraine, and the DRC, displaced women are sustaining families, leading humanitarian responses, mediating local conflicts, and rebuilding community cohesion. But despite this leadership, women-led and women's rights organizations, including refugee women-led organizations, remain underfunded, in fact, the most underfunded, often operating on the margins of formal humanitarian coordination. The recent UN Women Global Study at the breaking point found that nearly 2/3 of women's organizations in crisis contexts face the risk of closure due to the aid cuts if nothing changes in the coming months. These are not just statistics, they are the lifeline of women and girls in displacement contexts, because when these organizations collapse, access to vital life-saving protection, GBV prevention and response, and livelihoods often collapse with them. We have many analyses, including some recent ones that echo this, that women-led organizations are often the first to respond, the last to leave, and uniquely positioned to rebuild social trust. And yet their leadership is still seen as peripheral. UN Women's work across more than 40 humanitarian contexts, often in partnership with UNHCR, demonstrates what is possible when this changes. From Uganda to Bangladesh to Colombia and Jordan, we have implemented joint initiatives with UNHCR that have proven and demonstrated that when women are given power and resources, when their solutions are upscaled, this leads to qualitative and effective sustainable solutions. Mr. Chairman, the High Commissioner's call for moral clarity and reaffirmation of humanitarian principles resonates strongly with UN Women, with our mandate, with our work. Protecting the rights of displaced women and girls is not only a humanitarian imperative, it is a matter of justice, it is a matter of peace building. We know that gender inequality is both a root cause and a multiplier of fragility, and without addressing it, we cannot achieve sustainable solutions. We therefore call for protection of women's rights and participation as a non-negotiable element of refugee and displacement responses, for direct, flexible and multi-year funding for women-led and refugee-led organizations, and stronger integration of gender equality and women's economic empowerment into national inclusion and resilience frameworks, consistent with the Global Compact on Refugees and the HDP continuum. UN Women stands ready to deepen our collaboration with UNHCR and partners in the humanitarian reset, which is ongoing in the UN80 initiative and the Global Refugee Forum review, to ensure that women's leadership is not an afterthought, but it is really a foundation for our collective response. Let me also commend the work of the Global Alliance to End Statelessness, that we have been an active member from the beginning and we continue to support. In only 1 year since its launch, this platform has engaged over 150 members. For many women and girls, statelessness begins with discriminatory nationality laws that deny them the right to live as full citizens. Such laws not only strip them of their basic rights, but also kickstart a domino effect that severely limits their equality and empowerment. So UN Women will continue supporting this very important global alliance. So before I conclude, allow me to express our appreciation to High Commissioner Filippo Grandi for his exceptional decade of leadership of the Refugee Agency. Over these 10 years, Mr. Grandi has guided UNHCR through a time of unprecedented displacement with integrity, compassion, and humanity. UN Women greatly valued his partnership and his consistent advocacy for inclusion, for gender equality, and for ensuring that women and girls are central to durable solutions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the distinguished representative of the International Olympic Committee. You have the floor.
Chair, High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. The International Olympic Committee acknowledges the vital role of UNHCR and humanitarian staff, providing protection and assistance to people forced to flee around the globe. We also recognize that today's increasingly complex environment, paired with declining resources, is having a profound impact across the humanitarian sector and among the communities most in need, all while the scale of displacement and global crisis continues to grow to unprecedented levels. This somber reality underlines the urgent need to strengthen cross-sectoral collaboration and prioritize fostering local capacity. Humanitarian actors, development partners, governments, cities, the private sector, and civil society, including the world of sport, must work hand in hand to respond to the growing need. The International Olympic Committee is a long-standing partner of UNHCR, and we are proud of our work together to harness sport for the protection and inclusion of individuals and communities affected by displacement. We believe in the goal of Olympism, to place sport at the service and harmonious development of humankind, promoting a peaceful society that is concerned with the preservation of human dignity. It may seem remiss to speak about the right to practice sport at a time when so many displaced communities' basic needs go unmet and human rights are denied, when populations are starving and when civilians and aid workers are targeted. While sport alone cannot address these challenges, it can play a valuable and complementary role fostering positive outcomes and promoting peace. This is a role that the IOC, through the Olympic Refuge Foundation, is committed to strengthening. Today, ORF-supported community-based projects and programs are active in 19 countries, using sport to promote mental health and well-being, social inclusion, and climate resilience, as well as challenge misinformation, discrimination, and hate. We continue to support the inclusion of refugee athletes in our Olympic community through the Refugee Athlete Support Program, and look forward to seeing them compete and inspire at the Youth Olympic Games in Dakar in 2026 and the Olympic Games in LA in 2028. Through our work in partnership with UNHCR, we also strive to unite the Olympic movement and the wider sport ecosystem in support of people forced to flee. Since its announcement at the Global Refugee Forum in 2023, more than 150 entities, including member states, international and national sports federations, national Olympic committees, refugee and community-led organizations, academics, the private sector, and NGOs, have signaled their commitment to supporting displaced communities through sport by signing the multi-stakeholder pledge on sport for protection and inclusion, developed by the Sport for Refugees Coalition. In its first year of implementation, the coalition reached more than 445,000 people affected by displacement in 82 countries. At the Sport and Sustainable Development Summit on the eve of the Olympic Games in Paris 2024, heads of state from more than 60 countries, alongside the sports sector, international organizations, and development banks, endorsed the Paris Agreement, which calls for the provision of sports programs that promote social inclusion and combat discrimination, in particular for people affected by displacement. We are also pleased to share that for the first time, the Sport for Refugees Coalition, with funding from the ORF, has been able to directly fund refugee and community-led initiatives, with 4 projects and 9 organizations recently receiving the first awards. We are committed to sharing our learning, supporting other organizations, policymakers, and practitioners to adapt and scale these approaches to meet the unique needs of their local communities. As we move toward the Global Refugee Forum Progress Review this December, we encourage policymakers and practitioners to consider how sport can support and help you achieve your objectives. We know that when we work together, we can achieve more. So today, we are here not only to reflect on the positive potential of sport, but also to remind everyone of our shared obligation. As the IOC and the wider Olympic movement, we stand ready to work together to ensure that displaced communities can survive and ultimately thrive through sport. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the distinguished representative of the African Union. You have the floor.
Your Excellency, Chairperson of the Executive Committee, Mr. Filippo Grandi, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, distinguished delegates. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. My delegation aligns with the statement made by Côte d'Ivoire on behalf of the African Group. Excellency, at the outset, allow me to convey our appreciation to the High Commissioner and his team for their tireless efforts in protecting and assisting millions of refugees and forcibly displaced persons in Africa and globally. We also value the enduring partnership between the African Union Commission and UNHCR, which remains a cornerstone of our collective humanitarian action. Africa continues to bear a disproportionate share of the world's forced displacement. Conflicts, climate shocks, and governance challenges are uprooting millions of our citizens. The war in Sudan has created the largest displacement crisis in the world today, while protracted emergencies in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Sahel, Somalia, and the Lake Chad region persist. Climate change adds another layer of vulnerability, with droughts and floods driving entire communities from their homes. Yet, even as those crises dominate headlines, we must not forget the forgotten crises, situations in Cameroon, Mozambique, Burkina Faso, and elsewhere, which remain severely underfunded and underreported, leaving millions in desperate need. We call for renewed global attention and resources to support those who continue to suffer in silence, particularly in the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and Central Africa. Excellency Chair, the African Union reaffirms its strong commitment to the humanitarian peace development nexus. Humanitarian assistance, peace building, and sustainable development must be pursued together if we are to provide durable solutions and address the root causes of displacement. But we face a worrying trend. Chronic underfunding of humanitarian operations is gravely undermining our efforts. We see food rations reduced by up to 75%, the closure of health and nutrition services, and the shutting down of schools and vocational facilities, for refugee children. Host communities continue to show extraordinary solidarity, yet without predictable and sufficient international support, their generosity will become unsustainable, and the promise of the Global Compact on refugees will remain unfulfilled. In this context, I'm pleased to highlight the operationalization of the African Humanitarian Agency. Once fully established and hosted in Uganda, the agency will serve as a continental mechanism to coordinate responses, mobilize resources, and strengthen African ownership in addressing humanitarian crises. We call upon partners to support this process, recognizing this agency's potential to become a vital pillar of Africa's humanitarian architecture. Excellency Chair, the African Union has also taken significant steps in advancing solutions for statelessness. In the coming months, we will launch the protocol to the African Charter and Human and People's Rights on the specific aspects of the right to nationality and the eradication of statelessness in Africa. This landmark instrument is testimony to Africa's leadership in addressing statelessness. We call on all partners to support its implementation and to join us in ensuring that no child in Africa grows up without a nationality or a future. We further reaffirm our support for the Global Refugee Forum process. The African Union Commission is working with member states and partners to translate pledges into action and ensure that the forum's spirit of solidarity yields tangible benefits for refugees and host communities. Capacity building is also central to our response. The recently established UNHCR Africa E-Center, which has become an important platform of our collaboration for equipping humanitarian actors on the continent with the skills and knowledge needed to respond effectively to crises. We will continue to strengthen this collaboration with this center, recognizing its vital role in building the capacity for localized preparedness, response, and resilience. Excellency, before I conclude, I would like to wish Mr. Filippo Grandi, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, all successes in his future endeavors, and renew to him and his team our appreciation for their efforts during the last 10 years. And as we await the appointment of the new High Commissioner, I would like to echo the African Group call for a fair and transparent process that take into consideration global dynamics related to forced displacement and reflect an equitable geographical representation. In conclusion, let me reaffirm the African Union stands steadfast in its commitment to safeguard the rights of refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons, and stateless persons. Together with UNHCR, our members and partners will continue to pursue lasting solutions to champion predictable and sustainable financing and to ensure that the voices, dignity, and aspiration of displaced persons are never forgotten. For us, every refugee, every displaced person, every stateless individual is not just a statistic, but a life, a story, and a future that must be safeguarded. If we act with solidarity and resolve, together we can turn despair into dignity and transform hope into reality. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Relong, Kenya, and the Africa Refugee-Led Network on behalf of a group of NGOs. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this statement has been prepared in consultation with a broad range of NGOs, including organizations led by forced displaced and also stateless persons. We speak today as actors committed to upholding the rights, dignity, and agency of forcibly displaced and also stateless people. We are humanitarian. We cannot ignore the multiple worsening humanitarian crises around the world. We are on the front lines of this reality. Political failures are pushing humanitarian responses and our capacity to their limits. In Sudan, we are witnessing one of the largest famine in modern history. In Gaza, for 2 years, Palestinians have faced famine, catastrophic mass displacement, and genocide. Today, we welcome the ceasefire agreement. It brings hope. Yet, we still ask ourselves, why is global suffering increasingly rather than decreasing? How many more times do we need to raise our concerns, urge states to uphold their obligations, and call for political actions before we see meaningful change? As humanitarian, we have not forgotten why we are here. Dear Chair, this session takes place at a pivot moment. Humanitarian space is shrinking, asylum systems are under immense pressure, and displacement has reached record levels. At the same time, critical programs are being undermined by unprecedented funding cuts. Across camps and settlements, rations, health services, and education are being reduced. We are now seeing onwards movements as families are forced to move due to cuts in food assistance. A few examples from NGOs illustrates the gravity of the funding situations. In Honduras and Guatemala, NGOs report they can no longer support individuals at extreme risk seeking asylum. In Kenya, one NGO reported a 72% reduction in protection services, affecting over 12,000 people. 6 out of 9 health facilities in Kakuma refugee camp and Agadera complex are at risk of closure, while education for over 112,000 learners is disrupted and safeguarding programs suspended. In Sudan, funding cuts are forced an NGO to close its programs for children with disability, resulting in the death of 7 children from severe malnutrition. In the Americas, the global reduction to resettlement, a larger pathway to life savings protection, have left 15,000 people in high-risk situations, including 2,000 people at imminent risk of violence and persecution. In this context, systemic change cannot be delayed. We put forward 4 key recommendations. First, strengthen protection and inclusion. States must uphold the Refugee Convention, its protocol, and regional instruments. Where essential services are lacking, forcibly displaced people face heightened risk of violence and exploitation. UNHCR must be able to continue supporting government hosting large refugee populations to adopt and implement robust legal frameworks for protection and inclusion. Second, to commit to a new multilateralism. Meeting diverse needs with limited resources requires new multilateralism. We urge states, the UN, private sector, civil society, and forcibly displaced and stateless persons to work together, collaborating for effective and inclusive planning and delivery. Humanitarian development and peace actors must collaborate to ensure accountability and coordinate responses. Third, support locally driven responses. Refugee-led organizations are stepping in where systems fall short. They provide services, advocate for inclusion, and build trust within communities. These organizations must be acknowledged as legitimate partners with the knowledge and capacity to design and implement solutions. Fourth, ensure coherent responses and principled leadership. Resources must reach those most at risk, guided by participatory processes and standardized metrics. In crises such as Palestine, Sudan, and also the Democratic Republic of Congo, humanitarian red lines have been crossed. Protecting civilian, upholding humanitarian principles, and safeguarding the rights of stateless persons must remain non-negotiable. Dear Chair, this is a moment of choice. Words of solidarity are not enough. Commitment must translate into tangible actions that protects rights, upholds dignity, and build futures for displaced and stateless people, and for the communities that host them. We stand ready to work with member states, UNHCR, and all partners to turn this commitment into lasting and positive change. Finally, we would like to thank you, Mr. the High Commissioner Philippe Grandi, for your leadership over the past decade, and wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. We thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor now to the High Commissioner to share his thoughts and comments in response to what's been raised during the debate.
Because this session has different speakers, states, and other actors, I'll try to regroup them. But let me start with states. The Netherlands. I was very happy to hear that the commitment to both multi-year and flexible funding on the part of one of our traditionally largest donors continues to be the case. And thank you very much. You've been one of the few states that has already confirmed that you're looking for some additional resources in this last stretch of the year. Sorry, you'll hear me say this until Friday. And the Deputy High Commissioner will say the same, because we really are in dire straits financially. So thank you, Netherlands, for leading the way together with the other states. I also want to flag that, and I said it in my opening statement on Monday, your Prospects Partnerships project is really commendable. This is really based on interagency cooperation towards self-reliance of refugees and displaced people. So exactly the direction in which we have to move. And thank you for reiterating that we must also be, well, that you heard and reiterated the concerns of the host countries. This is very important on the part of the main donor countries, and we want to really bring all these concerns and actions together. I heard listened carefully to the statement of Albania. As I mentioned, since it was entirely dedicated to Kosovo, I want to just reiterate what I said yesterday in response to another statement by saying that what is very needed, because I'm not responsible for political developments, but of course, political solutions, responses to the challenges that have been raised in this forum is the direction to go, also to then subsequently resolve displacement situation that may arise from these political tensions. Staying in the same area, sub-region, I would like to thank North Macedonia for recognizing the very important, the persistent relevance of UNHCR's mandate in today's situation, and also North Macedonia's commitment to both international legal instrument and their application, which you are carrying out in your own country, for example, but not only in terms of reducing statelessness. You've been in Europe quite a champion of that particular work stream. we will continue, of course, as you mentioned, to provide technical support. I know we had to reduce our capacity because of financial constraints, but this doesn't diminish our commitment to helping you, supporting you in this important work that you're doing. I thank Eritrea for its statement and also for being a country that has received, since 2023, Sudanese refugees fleeing from Sudan. This is commendable, and I would like to thank you for that. I do appreciate the points that have been raised on the eligibility guidelines and want to assure Eritrea that we will continue to be open to discussion. Our director, regional director, visited not long ago. The deputy director just visited as part of this continuous dialogue with the authorities on this complex issue, which I hope will be able to resolve. And I appreciate that Namibia, although it has a small caseload, faces challenges. Also because the caseload is small, but the population is not very big. And this is an important point also of reflection for other countries. It's not the size of the caseload of refugees or displaced people that always makes it more urgent to address. In some countries, even smaller groups of people represent a difficult burden to support, especially at times, and Namibia raised this point, when we have to reduce resources. A couple of points on that. One is, you raised an important point about repatriation or not, and what happens when people don't want to go back to their countries, even though it may be safe in those countries. We're open to that discussion. That's a very important one. You evoked the need in those cases to embark on a cessation clause process. These are complex legal processes, but we're always open to discussing with host countries these processes because they may be relevant in some situations. And then, yes, we had to, Namibia. Our Namibia work will now be overseen by our multi-country office in Pretoria. I apologize to all countries where we had to carry out these reductions, but like I said many times, this does not diminish our engagement through the multi-country office and through the regional bureau in support of Namibia. I now move to regional organizations. The African Union stated, obviously, and I think it's a very important thing to remind everybody, that Africa has a very big share as a continent of the world displaced and refugees. I would like to add that unfortunately, in many African countries, not only UNHCR, but in general, humanitarian programs have been severely hit by funding cuts in a continent which desperately needs humanitarian and development assistance. I would like to really appeal to our donor countries to pay particular attention to the humanitarian, refugee, development responses that we carry now in Africa. A continent, like I said yesterday, continues to be the place where refugees are the most welcome. African solidarity is a very, very real response that we see in all countries, but it needs international support. I appeal, if I may be quite specific, in particular to European and Gulf donors. Africa is very strategic for you, also in terms of population movements. So the more we support people in Africa, more we help host countries in Africa stabilize this population, the less complex these movements will be for everybody. I also want, since the African Union spoke, I want to commend its work in peacemaking. It remains crucial. There are some big conflicts generating a lot of the humanitarian challenges in Africa, Democratic Republic of Congo, Sudan in particular, and recent moves efforts towards peace need to be supported and sustained and brought to positive conclusions. Meanwhile, full commitment to continue to support the efforts of the African Union in the humanitarian and refugee field, including the African Humanitarian Agency that was mentioned in the statement. And some African regional regional organizations spoke. ECOWAS has been traditionally a very strong partner of UNHCR in a region with many displacement challenges. Its focus on security, of course, is very important because most of the displacement in West Africa is in the region is caused by insecurity, often by terrorism as well, or the action of armed groups. So this partnership with a peace and security organization is very important for us. In particular in coastal states. We've mentioned this many times in the past couple of days. We are concerned about migratory refugee pressure on coastal states in West Africa and look forward to even strengthening our partnership with the ECOWAS to help states address this on a regional basis. Je voudrais aussi répondre brièvement.
I want to briefly respond to the statement from ECAS. They too are the theatre of certain number of humanitarian crises, including some which have produced, so to speak, the phenomenon of displacement, significant displacement. So thank you for your support, and thank you for saying that your support is reflected through institutional political support. That's what we really need from organizations like your own. So you're welcome here, and that offer of strengthening our links is also very much welcome.
Our organization, of course, the work that we do with the Council of Europe is extremely valuable in upholding the rights of refugees and other people on the move in Europe. I sincerely say that this work is especially important now, given the risks of erosion and backsliding, backtracking in terms of what we have acquired, the acquis that we have achieved over the decades in Europe in terms of legislations, in terms of norms and practices. We will continue to gladly cooperate with the Council of Europe to defend these achievements and, if possible, make further progress, especially at a time when, at least in the European Union, the implementation of the pact, we've mentioned many times, is quite crucial. We need also that normative legal support on the part of your institution. Moving now to international organizations and starting with the World Bank. Sorry, I'm not giving the same order of speakers, but I tried to regroup. Of course, the World Bank, for me, and I said it already several times, the partnership with the World Bank is a very big, the strengthening, the expansion of that partnership is one of the biggest achievements that we collectively, the World Bank and UNHCR, have made with the help of many of you over the past 10 years during my tenure. I'm very proud of that and very grateful to the World Bank for having really stepped up to this role of bridge between the humanitarian and development phases or modalities of support. You know, there's a lot of talk all the time, the nexus, we need to implement the nexus. I think what the World Bank has done by instituting the host community and refugee window under IDA and the global concessional financing facility for middle-income countries hosting refugees, this is the nexus. These are nexus models in action. And there's a lot of important achievement, not just in terms of disbursement, but in reality, in practical terms, in Africa, in the Middle East, in Latin America, and in other parts of the world. Thank you, World Bank. Your successive leaderships since I started here 10 years ago have all been extremely cooperative, and I hope that this will continue in the future. The joint data center that we have in Copenhagen is tangible proof that this is important, not just at the operational level, but also in terms of analysis, data collection, and planning of the work that we do together, and together with many host countries. And moving to international, but specifically UN organization, I don't need to mention how close our partnership with the World Food Programme is. I think the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding between the first one between UNHCR and WFP was established, I don't know, decades ago. I actually remember when it was, and when WFP took over the full responsibility of providing food assistance to refugees. That was UN 80 when UN was 50. So it's, you know, that was really a pioneer agreement between two major humanitarian organizations. And I think that since then we've made progress in cooperation in so many other areas. And now this partnership with WFP is crucial as we are part of some of the UN 80 more operational aspects, supply chain, fleet management, and the like. And therefore, count on both of us. I'm sure I can speak also for the leadership of WFP. Count on us to continue to lead in this. May I also say, sorry to expand a bit on this, food assistance to refugees remains crucial. When cuts occur, and they have occurred many times, as we heard from WFP in recent years, many refugees are exposed. You see, you know, without food, other coping mechanisms kick in, especially in the case of women, and they are very worrying. So it's important to do two things. One, ensure that WFP can continue to provide food assistance in refugee settings, especially in Africa, but not only. And second, we need to work with WFP and FAO, and I'll talk about FAO in 1 second, to more on food security, more on how we move from food assistance to food security in refugee settings. And this brings me to the FAO statement, because of course, food security is crucial in crafting sustainable responses to in refugee situations. And FAO plays a key role in this area of food security, but also in helping create self-reliance for refugees in agricultural settings, for example. So this is really, WFP and FAO represent for us a key set of partnerships in an important area of sustainable responses, both at the policy and the operational level. And it is linked also to what UN Women said. Like I said, where food security is not achieved and food assistance is cut, it is the women. We've seen it over and over again. It is the women that are most exposed, because they are the ones on whom so often falls the responsibility of feeding the family. And this is where poverty increases and other coping mechanisms comes up. So, you know, when we talk about refugee women, let's talk about them also in very practical terms. And we are indebted, we're very grateful to women to be such a strong advocate of action in this particular area. I want to really commend, I want to really assure UN Women and all those of you, and there are many, who are concerned about that gender equality and a gender focus in what we do will remain very strong with UNHCR going forward. I mentioned my deepest concern about the cuts and even almost the disappearance of many programs to address gender-based violence, which is such a feature of today's conflicts. We cannot afford that. Women cannot afford that. We need to really make sure, and I'm very grateful to countries like Sweden that have directly intervened to support our gender-based gender programs to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. By the way, we UNHCR co-chair the Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund as part of these commitments to attention to the situation of women in displacement situations. So I just wanted to say this as evidence that it is a great commitment for us. Moving to other organizations, let me say, and I hope that all the other organizations don't take offense, but the International Olympic Committee remains one of my favorite partners for so many reasons that many of them you know. But also, and Jeroen made a very good statement, which I hope everybody can reflect on, because over the years, I think we've always known that, but I think through this joint work with the IOC in the past few years, especially since the Rio Olympics, so throughout exactly my mandate, 3 Olympic Games and many other initiatives, we have really unveiled fully, in our context, the incredible power of sport in terms of protection, in terms of inclusion, in terms of creating awareness around issues of displacement. The work of the Olympic Refuge Foundation that IOC has established and in which we participate, the work done around the refugee Olympic teams, but not only, have all been great, how can I say, proofs, evidences, messages almost of the importance of sport and beyond. All refugee kids, all kids love sport, including refugee kids, including kids of communities hosting them. And this is really the power of sport in bringing all together. So thank you very much for all that you have done to support us and to support me personally, International Olympic Committee, and we remain strong partners. Very important also partnerships that we have in more, in less visible areas like legal work. The IDLO is, of course, a key partner in this respect. And I thank Mark for his statement because it really highlighted the importance of good laws for refugees, internally displaced people, and returnees. I'm glad that you mentioned that. Sometimes, I had discussion with some of you bilaterally. When we have repatriation programs, we have to look also at the legal aspects of reintegration. And you also mentioned, very important, how crucial it is for refugees and displaced people to have access to justice. And this is not always the case. We talk a lot about inclusion in education, in health, in jobs, but inclusion in justice is also important. So thank you for what you do in this area in support of us. The International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Society remain, of course, one of, it was said, and fully agree, great partners, both as a global institution, but also through national societies that are partners for us directly in many, many places, often first responders, often life-saving first responders. I've seen it over and over again in so many emergencies, and we need to really make sure that these partnerships are strengthen. Localization is a big theme, is also a big theme of the humanitarian reset. And I agree with the IFRC that their national society are localization in action. So we will continue to partner very closely with them. May I also take this opportunity to, through the IFRC, express my deepest condolences to all volunteers and staff of IFRC and National Society that lost their lives this year in Gaza, but in many other places as well. We stand with you in solidarity. The Order of Malta has been a long-standing partner as well for UNHCR doing humanitarian work. Several examples were given in the statement, not only supporting materially refugees, displaced people, but also highlighting their humanity and dignity. This is very important in this often very hostile environment. I want to close with the NGO statement that Mr. Kasika read, Kasika of Relon, Kenya, read on behalf of a large number of NGOs. The last statement, but certainly not the least statement. And I don't want to repeat what the statement said. It was very eloquent and very clear. I really think it's food for thought for everybody. There is a sentence that struck me as I read. I quote, "As humanitarians, we have not forgotten why we're here. Have some of you, ? I can make this statement mine. Thank you for saying it so clearly. You also put forward 4 recommendations that I fully subscribe, strengthening protection and inclusion, committing to a new multilateralism, a multilateralism that is broader, that it's an all of society multilateralism, support localization, locally driven responses, and ensuring coherent responses and principled leadership. Very much agree with that. Very much agree that we need to even do more, in particular for organizations that are led by refugees or by displaced people or by stateless people. I am pretty sure that the progress review of the Global Refugee Forum in December will be an opportunity to see again a lot of these organizations playing an important role in our debates. And may I say, before I close, that I join you and others in saluting, hopefully, the ceasefire in Palestine. Again, it's not an area where UNHCR is directly involved, but I think it's something that the entire humanity should welcome, in the fervent hope that that ceasefire will be real and will bring back some peace to this beleaguered part of the world. This is my last response to all these statements. I want to take this opportunity to thank all for your very constructive remarks. And just add, tomorrow I'll close this, I'll have some closing remarks, but let me already say that I thank you collectively, all those, almost all of you, that have addressed to me some very personal, very touching, very humbling messages of gratitude. This gratitude is mutual, and I send it back to all of you. Thank you very much.
Just muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. To the High Commissioner. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have reached the end of the speakers list, and I'd like to express my sincere appreciation for the rich discussion that we have had over the last few days. I'd particularly like to thank the committee for its commitment to the refugee cause. And for its active engagement in the work of UNHCR. I'm sure that the comments made and questions posed will give UNHCR much to reflect on moving forward. I should like to inform delegations that the Secretariat has received various requests for the right to reply. I would like to inform you that in line with established practice, I will grant 2 minutes for each right to reply, and I will grant only 1 statement per delegation. I will firstly give the floor to Thailand.
Tiene usted la palabra.
You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, it is with deep regret that we need to take the floor in response to comments made by our Cambodian colleague. A humanitarian forum like this should not be used for spreading misinformation and unfounded accusations for political gain. Firstly, Thailand once again reaffirms that the villages mentioned by Cambodian counterpart are in Thai territory, and their existence is because Thailand made the decision to open up our borders in the late 1970s for hundreds of thousands of Cambodians fleeing the civil war in their country to shelter in Thailand. It is a decision made out of compassion and humanitarian principle founded on Thailand's long-standing humanitarian tradition. These villages originally served as temporary shelters in the 1980s for Cambodians fleeing combat that were screened by the UNHCR, awaiting resettlement in third countries. However, after the Cambodian conflict ended in the 1980s and the shelters were eventually closed down, over the years, some Cambodians moved in to inhabit the area and even further expanded their settlements. Despite protests on several occasions over this encroachment into Thai territory, Cambodia has never responded or taken any responsible action. Instead, recently, the Cambodian military has encouraged Cambodian civilians, including young children, women, and monks, to the area to engage in provocative actions against Thailand in order to escalate tensions. This is a serious violation of Thailand's sovereignty and domestic laws, as well as breach of the commitments under existing bilateral frameworks, and a demonstration of Cambodia's failure to uphold its obligation under international human rights instruments and the Fourth Geneva Convention. Thailand's act out of the humanitarian tradition and good neighborliness should not be repaid by Cambodia in such a way. Secondly, on the prisoner of wars, Thailand reiterates that 18 POWs were captured during the renewed hostilities initiated by Cambodia in breach of the ceasefire agreement. They have been taken care of and are held in safety and treated humanly in full compliance with international human rights and humanitarian law. ICRC has regular access to POWs and is facilitating correspondence to reconnect with their families. Their detention is not a form of punishment, but a measure to prevent them from being compelled to re-engage in hostilities. They will be released and repatriated upon the cessation of active hostilities. However, to date, Cambodia continues its incitement to stir up violence, breach the ceasefire agreement, and internationalize the issue, instead of using existing bilateral mechanisms as mutually agreed. It raises doubts over its sincerity and good faith of Cambodia in working together to achieve such direction. A clear evidence of Cambodia's sign of cooperation in good faith is key to our further deliberations. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I would just repeat that delegations have 2 minutes only for the exercise of the right of reply. I now give the floor to the United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. The United States wishes to exercise its right of reply to state that Cuba's statement on the embargo is false. As we have indicated previously, there are multiple exemptions and authorizations under the U.S. embargo on Cuba, and the United States has, for decades, permitted the export to Cuba of agricultural products, medicine, medical devices, and other basic goods. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Sudan.
Shukran, Sayyida Rais.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sudan condemns the statement and the holding of by the rebel militia of Sudan. We have heard statements regarding humanitarian assistance provided to Sudan, whereas the entire world knows that those who are claiming to help us are the ones who are arming and financing the militia. Our question is as follows. Has this group armed the militia? Has it added the cost of arms to humanitarian assistance? Sudan also rejects the desperate attempts by those who claim to be partisans of peace in Sudan, whereas acts on the ground are proof of deliberate intention to arm and to supply the terrorist militia. This party has provided media and political support, which is merely serving to prolong the war and suffering of civilians. Chairperson, those who support the war by arms, money, and militia cannot mention peace, nor can they present themselves as neutral mediators or partners of any settlement. This party has no moral or political authority to address the issue of peace in Sudan. Chairperson, Sudan has no need of polluted money that is contaminated by the blood of its land and its peoples, whereas this party is claiming to be interested in the fate of the Sudanese people. The planes transport tons of Sudanese gold and support the rebel militia in weapons, mercenaries, along the same channels that are described as being humanitarian corridors and channels. These acts run counter to the principles, the humanitarian principles, and in Sudan has a long history of being a diverse people, a rich people, and does not expect financial aid from a state that has pillaged its resources. We do not need superficial pity, but we need an end put to hostilities and to the flows of weapons and mercenaries into our country. Those who genuinely wish to help us should cease pillaging our resources and financing those who are killing us. We call upon the international community to stand up courageously, to prove that they are wise, and not to call on those in war to sit down at the negotiating table and describing themselves as a neutral partner in the peace process. This party is the source of the problem, and they need to be restricted and constrained to cease financing the rebels. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Serbia.
Mr. Chairperson, High Commissioner Grandi, without politicizing this forum, we would like to express our right of reply to the statement of the Permanent Representative of Albania and the unfounded information considered therein. In her statement, the Albanian representative has expressed a number of falsehoods concerning the true position of the Serbian community in the autonomous province of Kosovo and Metohija, which has for many years systematically been deprived of all fundamental rights enforced by measures of political and judicial pressures to leave Kosovo and Metohija in numbers arousing great concern. This is the real truth concerning policy and practice systematically carried out by the so-called Kosovo authorities against the presence of the Serbian community. We wish to recall that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of Serbia and its integral part of Kosovo and Metohija have been recognized by the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1244 and the membership of Serbia in the United Nations. Therefore, proclamation of independence of the so-called Kosovo is in violation of the UN Charter and other international documents. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. That concludes the list of delegations requesting the right to reply.
Delegadas, delegados.
Distinguished delegates, we will now turn to item 4 of the agenda, where the Executive Committee is requested to consider the work of the Standing Committee over the past year. We will now turn to the relevant documents for this item. We have this year's note on international protection, document A/AC.96/76/3. We have the reports of the 3 individual standing committee meetings that have taken place this year. We have the financial statements for the year 2024 as contained in the report of the Board of Auditors on the financial report and audited financial statements of the voluntary funds administered by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees for the year ending 31st December 2024. These are in documents A/AC96/76/4 and A/80/5/Addendum 6, as well as the key issues and measures taken in response to the report of the Board of Auditors for 2024. That is document A/AC96/76/4/Addendum 1. And finally, the report on internal audit in the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, A/AC96/76/7. In the interests of time, I will not provide you with a summary of the contents of these documents, which are already well known to you. Let me simply pay tribute to the sustained efforts by all participants in the Standing Committee in order to complete the programme of work entrusted to them by the Executive Committee. Let me also draw your attention to the decisions adopted by the Standing Committee in accordance with the authority vested in it by the Executive Committee, and which are contained in the 3 reports of the Standing Committee. I now invite the committee to consider item 4A concerning the work of the Standing Committee on International Protection. The relevant documents for this sub-item are as follows: the note on international protection, the report and the reports of the meetings of the Standing Committee, and in particular the 93rd meeting. The Assistant High Commissioner for Protection, Ms. Ruven Menik-Diwela, will provide introductory remarks on the sub-item before us. She is accompanied on the podium by the Deputy Director of the Division of International Protection and Solutions, Mr. Patrick Teva. Ms. Menik-Diwela, it's now my pleasure to give you the floor on the subject of international protection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, it is a pleasure to be with you here today and to introduce the agenda item on international protection. In the aftermath of a world shattered by war, the international community recognized that displacement could not be met with ad hoc fixes or fleeting sympathy. It demanded a coordinated response anchored in law and in shared responsibility. And so the international community acted with purpose, establishing UNHCR in December 1950. 7 months after, the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees was adopted, setting the standards for refugee protection and entrusting UNHCR with safeguarding these worldwide. This was followed by the 1967 Protocol. For nearly 3/4 of a century, the Convention has been the bedrock of international protection. A living instrument, it has been interpreted and applied to meet evolving global realities. It has guided legal instruments at the regional and national levels, together forming a comprehensive and dynamic global legal framework. The framers understood that protection demands collective responsibility. They saw how conflict and violence do not remain contained within a line on a map, how instability reverberates across regions, and displacement flows within and beyond borders, touching both neighbors and distant states alike. At a time when 1 in every 67 people across the globe has been forcibly displaced, this framework endures as a critical lifeline. Distinguished delegates, as of late, there are some voices calling into question this international protection architecture. Some suggest that asylum came about haphazardly, that somehow this framework is a relic of the past, that it is at odds with state sovereignty, or that the solution lies in abandoning the Convention. Let me be clear. The Convention and the institution of asylum have saved millions of lives in the past and continue to save millions of lives every day. They are a reflection of humanity's oldest traditions, once offered at ancient city gates and sanctuaries, today codified and upheld through nearly 75 years of consensus. And as the High Commissioner noted in his opening remarks, sovereignty is not weakened by protection. It is strengthened by the legal and moral authority it conveys. Through interpretation and application of the Convention, the international refugee protection regime has evolved to address the realities of displacement. It has endured precisely because it is pragmatic, not dogmatic. It has guided and continues to guide member states and our own work across more than 172 countries, from registering those fleeing violence or persecution, to building border capacity to prevent refoulement, to addressing the specific needs of children, to partnering with governments to integrate refugees into national health, education, and social protection systems, to providing survivors of sexual violence with psychosocial and legal support, and to facilitating solutions, including the safe and dignified return of those wishing to go home. To weaken protection, to make it conditional on convenience or expedience, would be to gamble with our humanity. We must therefore reject any vision that calls it into question or frames it as optional. Distinguished delegates, the future of refugee protection hinges on our ability to confront challenges honestly and to respond boldly, not by tearing down mechanisms that save lives, but by building them up to respond to the crises of our times. Allow me to reflect briefly on some of these challenges which require your urgent support. As we have heard during the general debate, we are facing a perfect storm. Protection needs are rising, solutions are out of reach for many, and humanitarian resources are diminishing. On a recent mission to Chad, I saw what this means on the ground for those escaping the conflict in Sudan. At a transit site on the eastern border, I met new arrivals bearing unimaginable physical and psychological scars. Many had walked for days, visibly traumatized and malnourished, to reach the border. A young girl recalled her brother being shot in front of her as she escaped. An elderly woman recounted being repeatedly raped. And while Chad, a country with its own challenges, has generously opened its borders to nearly 900,000 Sudanese refugees since April 2023, refugees continue to arrive even in the middle of the rainy season. About 80% of those arriving are women and children, with 70% having suffered some form of sexual violence or abuse. Yet, less than 10% of these people are reached by gender-based violence programs, given the lack of capacity and funding. The protection needs are similarly staggering across many of our other operations. We are continuously prioritizing and reprioritizing. We are seeking efficiencies, and you will hear more from the Deputy High Commissioner on this. We are also working closely with the UN and other partners, including through the Humanitarian Reset, to streamline the coordination and delivery of protection responses in mixed IDP and refugee settings, and to consolidate the protection clusters in situations of internal displacement. But without increased contributions, these efforts, important as they are, do not offset the harsh reality. We have had to scale back our presence, personnel, and protection services for those who desperately need it at precisely the moment when risks are soaring. Our partners, and especially frontline local and community-led organizations, cannot fill the gap, as they too are hit hard, with some even having to fold. Children are paying a heavy price, as UNHCR and partners are unable to continue to provide child protection services to the 1.5 million children and caregivers in 78 countries that we reached last year. Many partners have lost over 40% of their budgets, leaving children exposed to violence, child labor, early marriage, and forced recruitment. Programs addressing violence against women and girls have been significantly impacted as well, by reductions by 38%. While our teams and partners have supported nearly 600,000 refugees, mostly women and girls, in the first half of this year in 83 countries, the cuts are leaving an estimated 2.3 million women without prevention and response services, medical care, or safe shelters. We have also been forced to suspend or delay registration and document across various operations. In West and Central Africa, there are more than 700,000 refugees and asylum seekers waiting to be registered. With our operational budgets and 61% of dedicated statelessness staffing reduced, critical work, including access to birth registration, legal assistance, and support to governments, is severely compromised. Meanwhile, generous states hosting the majority of the world's forcibly displaced, 73% of whom are low and middle-income countries, are not spared, leaving them to shoulder a disproportionate burden, further straining their systems, diminishing their goodwill, and ultimately pushing refugees and asylum seekers to embark on dangerous onward movements. With few legal avenues available, refugees and migrants are taking the same perilous routes, not just towards Europe or North America, but also along the Southern African route, in West Africa, and in South and East Asia. These movements have strained asylum systems as migrants have turned to asylum procedures as their only means of stay. States have increasingly responded with restrictions, closing borders, suspending asylum, externalizing responsibilities, and even transforming pushbacks into policy. Too many refugees fleeing violence are abandoned at borders, stranded at sea, or deported in flagrant breach of the principle of non-refoulement. These measures do not solve the problem. They deny life-saving protection, fuel chaos at borders, push vulnerable people into the arms of traffickers, and further drive irregular and dangerous movements. During a mission to Greece recently, I learned that in their desperation to reach safe shores, some destitute refugees were compelled by people smugglers to operate the boats instead of paying for their journeys. Even though the refugees were aware that they would face probable persecution as people smugglers by doing so. Distinguished delegates, the challenges outlined, including in mixed movements, are, as the High Commissioner noted, not challenges of principle, but of implementation. And for that, practical options, ones that are outside the box but within the law, are available to address them. These can already be put into action today. As you know, together with IOM and other partners, UNHCR has put forward a route-based approach for states and other stakeholders, with tools, guidance, and expertise at your disposal to address mixed movements. This is not about encouraging movements. On the contrary, it is about providing effective protection and assistance and thereby stabilizing forcibly displaced people where they are, in countries of origin, first asylum, transit, and destination. It is about protecting those fleeing conflict, violence, and persecution, and offering alternatives to dangerous journeys based on international solidarity and responsibility sharing. We recognize that many asylum processes are ill-equipped to deal with present-day realities. We are therefore promoting fair, efficient, and adaptable asylum systems to meet these present-day needs. Differentiated and accelerated processing is essential, including simplified procedures for those likely to qualify and expedited handling of unfounded claims. UNHCR supports states to strengthen their national asylum systems by providing concrete actions across 5 areas: supportive law and policy frameworks, performing institutions, effective implementation of differentiated procedures, capacitated workforce, and accessible information and legal assistance. We also recognize the need for prompt returns for those found not to be in need of international protection. This is essential to preserve the integrity of asylum systems and public confidence. Last year, about 5 million people lodged asylum claims. Of the 1.4 million decisions issued, around 45% were negative. With the right safeguards, arrangements between states to transfer these people who cannot be returned directly or immediately to their countries of origin to alternate locations, often referred to as return hubs, are an option. UNHCR stands ready to work with governments to ensure effective return systems through promoting voluntary return wherever possible and encouraging cooperation on documentation and reintegration so that these returns are sustainable. While we do not necessarily promote them, international transfers of refugees and asylum seekers can be both lawful and practical. As the risks of ad hoc measures in this area continue to grow, our guidance lays out key elements and safeguards, including legally binding agreements that ensure access in countries of transfer to fair and efficient asylum procedures, lawful stay, protection against refoulement, and monitoring mechanisms to ensure compliance. We, together with our partners, are also currently implementing interventions to support protection outcomes along key routes, and these are already bearing fruit. For example, in Chad and Mauritania, multipurpose hubs are operational, providing registration, legal aid, and specialized services for survivors of trafficking, GBV, and children at risk, among others. These also connect refugees, migrants, and hosts alike to long-term opportunities, including vocational and university studies. Chad's national plan will expand this model to at least 5 other locations. We are advancing similar plans in Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, and Uganda, transforming existing structures into multipurpose hubs, which also integrate solutions. Importantly, and you have heard me say this often before, we need to expand safe and regular pathways for refugees. In addition to resettlement options, complementary pathways engage diverse stakeholders, governments, private sector, academia, and civil society, to create a supportive ecosystem to help refugees rebuild their lives, contribute to their communities, and relieve pressure on host countries. Programs supported by UNHCR, such as education mobility pilots in Australia and Slovenia, family work and study permits offered by 37 OECD states and Brazil, and Italy's Work Visa Initiative, which connects safe mobility with support to refugees and host communities using a train-to-hire model, are invaluable and must be scaled up. Importantly, we urge you to channel your political capital where it matters most, into resolving conflicts and seeking solutions. Humanitarian work saves
So a request from the interpreters if the speaker could just slow down a little bit, please. Thank you.
conflicts and persecution are not acts of nature. They are choices, political choices. It requires political will and decisive action from governments and support from all of us to change their course. And change course we must, as the High Commissioner noted in his opening statement, to allow those who have endured years, even decades, in displacement to reclaim their futures, like the 12 million forcibly displaced Sudanese who long for home, or the 1.6 million Myanmar refugees, many of whom live in abysmal conditions with their lives on hold, or the 90,000 most vulnerable Sahrawi refugees in Tindouf, who, after 5 decades, still depend on humanitarian aid. I wish to underline again that political solutions are desperately needed. Distinguished delegates, the preferred solution for most refugees is always a safe and dignified return home. As you have heard, over 1 million Syrian refugees have already returned, many not to comfort, but to destroyed homes and uncertain futures. There are also the more than 440,000 refugees who have returned to Burundi, Ethiopia, and Rwanda last year. Their resilience shows that the will to rebuild their lives at home is strong, but it cannot succeed without our support. As many of you have noted, the Global Refugee Forum Progress Review in December, co-hosted by Switzerland, is an important opportunity to demonstrate our continued support to the populations that we serve. Through the GRF process, more than 3,400 individual pledges and 47 multi-stakeholder pledges have been mobilized so far. These are not symbolic. They are a reaffirmation of the broad base of support needed to solve the challenges of our times. They are a reminder that alone we can do little, but together we can do so much. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, let me conclude with this final reminder. Let us not lose sight of what we can achieve, what we have already achieved. The millions of people who have been granted protection, the lives rebuilt, those whose journeys began in despair and exile, but whose presence and contributions have strengthened the societies that have welcomed them. These people must always be our guide. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Melik.
Thank you very much, Madam Meniguela. Now, invite delegations who would wish to make comments. First, I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kenya on behalf of the African group. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Filippo Grandi, High Commissioner for Refugees, distinguished delegates. Kenya is honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the African Group. The African Group thanks UNHCR for the report of the Standing Committee on International Protection. We also take note that in the reporting period, UNHCR responded to 43 emergencies in 25 countries. In line with that, the African Group thanks all frontline humanitarian workers who, often at great risk, work to ensure protection to those in need, usually in very challenging environments. The rise in the number of people in need of assistance from UNHCR at over 120 million is of great concern. This is particularly so at a moment when the humanitarian aid system is facing a funding crisis and its attendant reduction in field presence. We are equally concerned that among some of the sectors to experience cuts include education, health and livelihoods that are life-saving and core to protection services. It is therefore imperative that these sectors remain at the heart of any prioritization, restructuring and financing efforts. Where there will be collaboration on health, education and livelihoods, the African Group would appreciate granular details on the role of the different partners. Among its many strengths, leveraging multi-stakeholder partnership is one of the hallmarks of the Global Compact on Refugees. The realization of the 4 objectives of the GCR also requires a multi-stakeholder approach. Amidst the sharp and unexpected reduction in aid funding, and in order to ensure that protection of displaced and stateless persons, while also pursuing durable solutions, the African Group urges UNHCR to strengthen its collaboration and engagement with relevant partners, particularly development actors. It is equally important to ensure that the engagement with national and development partners begin at the very onset of a crisis in order to foster better transition from relief to development. on inclusion and access to rights. While host countries in the African group have made significant efforts towards the inclusion of refugees, the African group reiterates that matching of these policy commitments with the requisite resources is crucial to realize their success. Ultimately, policy commitments do not operate, neither do they succeed in a vacuum. It is essential to uphold solidarity, international cooperation, and equitable responsibility sharing while upholding humanitarian principles. We look forward to the upcoming December 2025 progress review of the Global Refugee Forum to take stock of progress made on the objectives of the GCR, while also undertaking a stock-taking exercise on pledges made during the Global Refugee Forums. The Africa Group continues urging for matching of pledges made in order to unlock their full impact. Pertaining asylum management, it is crucial to ensure the integrity of asylum systems is upheld in order to ensure identification of those in need of international protection while facilitating returns of those not in need of international protection. Equally important is ensuring that the trend on externalization of asylum responsibilities is addressed while also addressing the challenges posed by onward and mixed movements. The African group takes note of the intensification of risks for people moving by sea along some maritime routes, while the update states that, and I quote, insufficient data hampered humanitarian responses. We recall that at the 92nd Standing Committee held in March 2025, on Agenda Item 3 on regional activities and global programs, there was clear reference to the data, and we would like to quote that nearly 3,000 people were reported dead or missing along the three Mediterranean and Northwest Africa maritime routes, though this figure is likely to be a significant underestimation. 3,000 people is way too many. It is an affront to our shared humanity. We are convinced that while data is very crucial, the provision of humanitarian responses is not just a function of data. It is affected by other factors, including policy and politics. The African Group urges UNHCR to intensify its engagement with all relevant stakeholders towards definitive steps to address the crisis at sea and protection in that regard. The African Group is equally concerned that displacement and stateless people remain at heightened risk of human trafficking, with women and girls particularly vulnerable. Equally disturbing is that child trafficking and trafficking for sexual exploitation has devastating consequences. The risk of amplified sexual and gender-based violence with the reduction in funds to prevent and respond is deeply disturbing. Amidst ongoing funding cuts and prioritization efforts, we urge UNHCR to ensure prioritization of access to protection and support in these areas. Nelson Mandela once said that our children are our greatest treasure. They are our future. This affirmation is, however, today juxtaposed against concerning realities. The report points out that approximately 400 million children, or around 1 in every 5 of the world's children, are refugees or live in conflict zones, while some 47 million have been forced to leave their homes. What will happen to children whose education is interrupted? What will happen to children whose healthcare is cut short? What is happening to those children whose access to nutritious and adequate food is a dehumanizing struggle? And what will happen when children struggle with trauma and mental health because of the constellation of difficulties their young lives should never know about? The answers to these questions must stir up urgent action. It is important to ensure that even amidst the ongoing humanitarian research and prioritization, children remain a core priority, and that allocation of resources should be commensurate to needs. It is crucial to ensure child-focused prioritization in humanitarian action, design, coordination, operations, and sectoral strategies. This ought to be matched with the urgently needed advocacy, visibility, political will, and action. Prioritization of children in humanitarian action must not be just a rhetoric. On education, and noting the ongoing funding cuts, we urge UNHCR to explore alternative partnerships to ensure the continuity of education across all levels and the retention of boys and girls at the secondary level. As the report indicates, international protection should be a temporary measure until a sustainable long-term solution can be found. The African group urges UNHCR to continue working with all relevant partners and leverage their mandates towards durable solutions, including countries of origin. It is a major concern that the gap between the number of refugees in need of resettlement and available places is widening. Resettlement remains a crucial mechanism to foster responsibility sharing, and we urge states to increase their quotas. The African group thanks all states who continue to invest in facilitating skills-based pathways and family reunification, including the facilitation of refugee labor mobility, and urge more states to contribute to these efforts. The states' conferred mandate on UNHCR of international protection is under test. The high numbers of people in need of international protection vis-a-vis chronic underfunding of protracted and less visible displacement situation, as well as the fresh funding cuts, attest to this. We conclude by urging all states to support the implementation of this mandate through the requisite political, diplomatic, and financial support. I thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to distinguished representative of South Africa.
Chairperson, South Africa would like to align itself with the statement made on behalf of the Africa Group. My delegation welcomes the sobering report of the High Commissioner's note on international protection that once again reiterates the need for international cooperation, particularly against the backdrop of rising displacement and mounting financial pressures. The scale of forced displacements today illustrates that no state or humanitarian agency can manage this burden of responsibility alone. We underscore that multilateralism at this juncture must not be more than a principle. It must translate into practical, equitable, and sustained action. South Africa remains committed to upholding the principles of international protection, particularly assuring the legitimacy of the asylum system as a cornerstone of refugee law. My country is critically and diligently working on strengthening its asylum system against abuse to enforce fairness, efficiency, and respect for human rights. We underscore and recognize that international protection is meant to be a temporal measure, and thus we advocate for enhanced focus on conflict prevention, promotion of economic growth and development in all parts of the world to unlock the benefits of voluntary repatriation, reintegration, and meaningful participation by returnees in rebuilding their communities. To address the devastating impact of displacement and the challenges posed by declining support, allow me to respectfully put forward the following recommendations by my country. One, we urge all partner donors and member states to reaffirm their commitment to the principles of fair and equitable burden and responsibility sharing. This includes sustained financial investment and an invaluable recognition of the role played by host countries, especially under current constraints. This EXCOM must not remain a lip service upon its conclusion. International protection requires a meaningful and collective action. Two, South Africa calls upon UNHCR to take concrete steps to identify value and quantify the significant and in-kind contributions made by low and middle-income countries. These include land, infrastructure, public services, and community support, essential components of refugee protection that are often undervalued. We urge donors to recognize that reduced financial commitments towards humanitarian agencies has immediate and severe consequences, hampering the ability to meet obligations made under the first and second global refugee forums. We underscore that no peace, development, and humanitarian nexus can be met without a holistic approach in addressing the root causes. As long as conflict persists, development stalls, and peace remains fragile. The displacement will continue. Let us remind ourselves that investing in peace building, resilience, and inclusive development is not only a moral imperative, but also a strategic objective. Chairperson, while the challenges before us are unprecedented, they are not insurmountable. Therefore, we should not be despondent about the future, but we should all rise to the occasion with unity and determination to make the world a better place for all. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Assistant High Commissioner, for the update. Ethiopia aligns itself with the statement delivered by Kenya on behalf of the African Group. Ethiopia has long stood firmly by the principles of the 1951 Refugee Conventions and its protocol. For decades, we have maintained an open door policy for those fleeing war, persecution, and violence. Our doors remain open to our brothers and sisters in need. This is not just a policy choice. It reflects our values and our belief in humanity. Ethiopia continues to provide home for 1 million of refugees, upholding international protection and solidarity even amidst our development challenges. Our commitment is not only in words, but in action. Ethiopia has adopted policies and frameworks that reaffirm this responsibility. The 2019 Refugee Proclamation provides progressive rights to refugees. A new directive on refugee status determination and an appeal hearing structure have strengthened asylum procedures. Refugees' Right to Work Directive, along with the digital FIDA, is also benefiting refugees to be self-reliant. Refugees and asylum seekers are part of the national strategy on violence against women and children, and we provide free legal aid services to ensure access to justice. These steps demonstrate that Ethiopia's commitment to protection is active, inclusive, and evolving. Mr. Chair, Ethiopia is also deeply committed to finding lasting solutions for refugees. We have granted refugees access to national basics and social services, but these systems are fragile and under strain, serving both refugees and home communities and areas already facing poverty and climatic shock. We therefore call upon the international community and development partners to strengthen national systems so they can sustainably serve everyone. Burden and responsibility sharing must move beyond words to concrete support that builds resilience and sustains inclusion. We must also remember that self-reliance is the key to achieving lasting solutions. Too often, it's overlooked in humanitarian response. Refugees are not just recipients of aid, they are potential contributors to local economies, investing in local markets, infrastructure, and
Could the speaker just slow down a little bit, please, from the interpreters? Thank you.
can empower refugees to be self-reliant and support host communities. With 53% of refugees being of working age, there's an urgent need to focus on creating economic opportunities that benefit both refugees and Ethiopians alike. Ethiopia calls for stronger collaboration and genuine partnership. The scale and complexity of today's displacement crisis demand collective action, not isolated efforts. We therefore urge enhanced solidarity, international cooperation, and equitable burden and responsibility sharing through predictable financing and practical partnerships that make a real difference on the ground. Finally, Ethiopia remains fully committed to doing its part, and we call upon all partners to stand with us in advancing protection, inclusion, and hope for those forsakenly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, distinguished representative of the United States.
High Commissioner, Chair, the asylum systems in many countries are facing growing pressures shaped by genuine humanitarian needs, but equally, if not more so, by rampant abuse of these systems by economic migrants avoiding the requirements of immigration law. The result is to strain receiving country resources that rightfully belong to citizens, and ultimately to undermine public confidence in the asylum principle itself. While many policymakers acknowledge these issues, recognition alone is not enough. Meaningful action and considered, focused reforms are essential. When the 1951 Refugee Convention and the 1967 Protocol were drafted, the global context was very different. The legacy of World War II, limited mobility, and the geopolitical realities of the Cold War shaped their design. Today, the world is more interconnected. Migration patterns are more complex, and the scale of displacement is unprecedented. Addressing these realities requires a modernized approach. Reforms of the international protection framework must be grounded in a renewed commitment to core principles: respect for national sovereignty, the integrity of national borders, recognition of asylum's temporary nature, an end to so-called asylum shopping, recognition of the legitimacy of safe third country options, and the responsibility of states to accept the return of their nationals in a timely manner. By reasserting the centrality of these values, we can build a fairer and more sustainable system that upholds protection from persecution for those who truly need it, while ensuring the protection of our borders, our citizens, and our legal processes. The United States is not alone in our concerns or in supporting these principles. We call on member states and UNHCR to support this critical endeavor to reform the international protection regime. UNHCR has a unique role to play in these efforts, one that can enhance its credibility and strengthen its alignment with the views and priorities of member states. By focusing on its core mandate and working collaboratively to address the challenges of displacement, UNHCR can help advance solutions that reflect the collective will of member states, rather than pursue unilateral priorities. Together, we can build a system that is responsive, fair, and sustainable, one that protects those in genuine need while respecting the sovereignty and values of all nations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We don't have time to continue with the list of speakers for now, but I will read out the list going forward. Switzerland, Uganda, Cameroon, UK, Canada, Bangladesh. So we will reconvene in the afternoon and we'll update the list of speakers. I'll give the floor to the Secretariat to make an announcement.
Thank you, Chairperson. Distinguished delegates, I wish to inform you that a side event, Realizing the Global Compact on Refugees, Objectives, Creating the Conditions for Sustainable Return, will take place at 1:30 p.m. in room 5. Sandwiches will be provided outside the room for your convenience. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.